Swami Hare Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. Maybe somebody can get the lights. Thank you. Hare Krishna. So today is Sunday, 23rd of January 2022. And it's a very, very special day as it is the disappearance of a very great Vaishnava poet, Sri Jayadev Goswami. Sri Jayadev Goswami wrote the Geet Govind, which Lord Chaitanya so much relished hearing, and it contains the Dasha Avatar Stotra, or the prayers to the 10 principal incarnations of the Lord. We also daily sing, just now we just sang, the one verse of this Stotra, protection, for protection as prayers to Lord Nrsimhadev. And he's written many, many poets and poetry like that. So we hope that in this morning's Caitanya Caritamrita class, we'll be able to hear about this exalted personality, which will be given by His Grace Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu. Shri Jayadev Goswami ki. And this evening in the temple room, there'll be kirtan. So devotees are encouraged to attend the nice kirtan here in the temple room. Okay, so we continue reading from Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrita. In a letter to Radha Vallabha Prabhu, on 6th January 1972. He says, chanting japa should be done early in the morning with full concentration, preferably during the Brahma Muhurta period. Concentrate fully on the sound vibration of the mantra, pronouncing each name distinctly. Gradually, your speed in chanting will increase naturally. Do not worry so much about chanting fast. Most important is the hearing. A devotee should always be grave and silent, which means that he only discusses topics relating to Krishna consciousness. Yes, spend your time chanting and reading and taking Krishna prasadam, and automatically your tongue will become under control. If you sincerely engage 24 hours daily in devotional service, according to the instructions of the spiritual master, chant daily 16 rounds, attend the Arati ceremony of Lord Krishna, associate with devotees, and adhere strictly to the regulatory principles, then Krishna will reveal himself personally to you. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki, Shri Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye Kesavasicha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye Kesavasicha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye Kesavasicha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki.
O Tulasi, beloved of Krishna, I bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Shishi, Radha, and Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has his wishes fulfilled. Bestowing your mercy upon him, you make him a resident of Vrindavan. My desire is that you will also grant me a residence in the pleasure groves of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Thus within my vision I will always behold the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me a follower of the cowherd damsels of Raj. Please give me the privilege of devotional service and make me your own maidservant. This very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna prays. May I always swim in the love of Shishi, Radha and Govinda. Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki. Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desired trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vanchakalpa Tarinvyascha, Kripa Sindhubhevacha.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvandam Maravindadalaya Taksham Varhavatam Samasitam Buddhasundarangam Kandar Akom Vikamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalen Kriya Priti Manti Vasyanti Bhakti Kayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govinda
Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando mui sabadana mate. Bando mui sabadana mate. Yahara prasade bai he bhavatoriya jai. Yahara prasade bai Hey Bhavatoriya Jai. Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya. Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha. Arana Kori Ho Mane Asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati. Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Asha. Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Asha. Kakudana Tilo Je Jamni Jamni Prabhu Se. Takudana tilote, jamne jamne Prabhu se. Divya Gyan Hidre Prakasito. Divya Gyan Hidre Prakasito. Prema Bhakti Aha Hoite Avidya Vinyasa Yate. Prema Bhakti Yaha Hoite Avidya Vinyasa Jate. Vedegaya Hara Charito. Vedegaya Hara Charito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanara Bandhu. Lokanath Lokira Jivana. Lokanath Lokira Jivana. Ha ha Prabhu Kono Daya Deho More Padachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Kono Daya Deho More Padachaya. Hey Beyaz Gutsu Chebuvana. Hey Beyaz Gutsu Chebuvana. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Atamajanara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Atamajanara Bandhu. Lokanath Lokira Jivana. Lokanath Lokira Jivana. Oh ha Prabhu Karo Daya Deho More Padachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Karo Daya Deho More Padachaya. Evyas Gutsu Tribhuvana. Evyas Gutsu Tribhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shanyavari Pasyatya Desha Tarine. Namaste Deve, Saraswati, Jai Prabhupada. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jai Nityananda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Gauranga Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Krishna Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Bol Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Bol Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Bol Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Bol. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, oh Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Gauranga. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, oh Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Yes, Priyesh, that's fine. Thank you. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavalava Jaya Giri Badadhari Jaya Giri Badadhari Yashodhanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavalava Jaya Giri Badadhari Jaya Giri Badadhari Yashodanandana Vrajajanaranjanaya Yamunatiravanacharya Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtatarasata His Divine Grace Shila Bhai Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtatarasata His Divine Grace Shila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Shila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhana Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mahaya Ki Jai Jamuna Maya Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Tulsi Parani Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai, Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande Hare Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the lotus feet of Shishi Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Welcome to today's Sri Caitanya Caritamrita class. Today we are reading from the Madhya Lila, chapter number 8, text number 38. And the chapter is entitled Talks Between the Lord and Ramananda Rai. And we have text 38 on the board today. Yeah. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. So reading text number 38. Amanish tarite tomara ina agamana. Parama dayalu tumi patita pavana. Amanishtarite tomara hiyan agamana. Parama Dayalu Tumi Patita Pavana. Ama Nistarite Tomara Hian Agamana. Parama Dayalu Tumi Patita Pavana. Ama Nistarite Tomara Hian Agamana. Parama Dayalu Tumi Patita Pavana. Tumi Patita Pavana. Ite Toma Yana Gamana. Parama Dayala Tumi Patita Pavana. Parama Dayala Tumi Patita Pavana. Mataji's. Agamanishtarite Tomara Yan Agamana. Parama Dayala Tumi Patita Pavana. Pavana. Amanistarite Tomara Gamana. Amanistarite, to deliver me. Tomara, yo, ihan, yeah, agamana, appearance, Paramadhayalu, greatly merciful, to me, you, Patita Pavana, the deliverer of all fallen souls. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. You have come here specifically to deliver me. You are so merciful that you alone can deliver all fallen souls. Please repeat after me. You have come here specifically to deliver me. You are so merciful that you alone can deliver all fallen souls. Purport. Srila Narottam Das Thakur sings in his Pratana, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Kora More Toma Vina Ke Dayalo Jagata Samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatara Mosama Patita Prabhu Na Paiba Ara. My dear Lord, please be merciful to me. Who can be more merciful than your Lordship within these three worlds? You appear as an incarnation just to reclaim the fallen conditioned souls. But I assure you that you will not find a soul more fallen than me. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's specific mission is to deliver fallen souls. Of course, in this age of Kali, there is hardly anyone who is not fallen according to the calculations of Vedic behavior. In his instructions to Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu described the so-called followers of Vedic religion in this way. Madhya 19:146. Veda nishtaya majya adhika, Veda mukhe mane, Veda nisidha papa, kare dharma nahi gane. So-called followers of Vedic principles simply accept the Vedas formally, but they act against Vedic principles. This is symptomatic of the age of Kali. People claim to follow a certain type of religion, saying formally, I am Hindu, I am Muslim, I am Christian, I am this or that. But actually no one follows the principles enunciated in religious scriptures. This is the disease of this age. Therefore, the merciful Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has simply advised us to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Harinama, Harinama, Harinama iva kevalam. The Lord can deliver anyone and everyone, even though one may have fallen from the injunctions of revealed scriptures. This is Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's special mercy. Consequently, he is known as Patita Pavana, the deliverer of all fallen souls. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Sri Caitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yata Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutan Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastite Tapta Kanchana Gaurange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sutidevi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vashadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschacha Deshatarine Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. You have come here specifically to deliver me. You are so merciful that you alone can deliver all fallen souls. So this is a verse spoken by the exalted Sri Ramananda Rai. The context of this verse is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had embarked on his South Indian tour. By foot, he had walked from Jagannath Puri all the way south and first visited the Kurma temple in Kurmastan, and then he proceeded south to the temple of Varaha Nrsimha, and then from there he had come to this place called Vijayanagar, which is on the banks of the river Godavari. Before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had departed on his South Indian tour, he had received a request from Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, you should please go and see a great devotee by the name of Ramananda Rai. He is very expert in all of the conclusions of the devotional scriptures. And you will feel great ecstasy in his company. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had arrived, and we've been discussing over the last few weeks, very nicely discussed and chanted by the various speakers, how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had stood and waited. He saw Ramananda Rai arrive with a big entourage, carried on a palanquin. He was the governor of Madras. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu patiently waited. And eventually, Ramananda Rai saw this effulgent sannyasi sitting alone. And immediately he was attracted to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And there was a wonderful meeting between Ramananda Rai and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And they embraced and they felt great ecstasy. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu contained himself because he saw there were smarta Brahmins present, and he didn't want to, they would misunderstand how a sannyasi is embracing a pound and shillings man, a governor. And they would have been critical within their minds. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu restrained himself. And then for the first time, Sri Ramananda Rai spoke. And it is said, a pure devotee is by nature silent. But within his heart, he carries a very deep mood of devotion. And he carries various bhavas. And when he speaks, that's the first time we get to see the bhava and experience the mood of the great devotees. So this was Sri Ramananda Rai. And in these previous two verses and this verse, you can see what is his inner mood. And listening to his words very carefully is very, very instructive for us. Very, very instructive for us. But before I speak about his words in this verse, I just wanted to speak a little more about Sri Ramananda Rai. Because for most of us, the first time we hear of Sri Ramananda Rai is when he appears here as the governor of Madras, accompanied by an entourage. And then he's been portrayed as a great devotee. And here, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu talks the highest philosophy. It is explained by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur in his Harinam Chintamani that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he took great care to present the proper spiritual teachings to the living entities. This was Mahaprabhu's mission. He took great care to present. And how did he do this? He did this by making various devotees explain aspects of devotional service while he sat and listened in great bliss. This was Mahaprabhu's method. We know it is said that Mahaprabhu only presented 8 teachings, so-called by himself. But the rest he presented through his devotees. And it is said, through the mouth of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, he presented the real principle of liberation. Through the mouth of Srila Rupa Goswami, he presented the details of rasa. Through the mouth of Srila Haridas Thakur, he presented the glories of Harinam, the holy name. And through the mouth of Sri Ramananda Rai, he presented the concept of rasa. So Srila Rupa Goswami gave the principles of rasa, but Srila Ramananda Rai gave the concept of rasa. And what is the concept of rasa? What is the topmost concept of rasa? Madhurya ras. Before the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Madhurya ras was not known. Previously, people should worship Lord Krishna in the mood of Dasya ras. And maybe Vatsalya ras, Bal Gopal, Krishna as a baby. But the mood of Vatsalya ras, the topmost teachings, that was not known. But in this chapter, through the mouth of Srila Ramananda Rai, that is revealed. So it is a very important chapter. So who is Srila Ramananda Rai? And how is it that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chose him to reveal the highest? We know from previous classes, there's been descriptions that Ramananda Rai is a Nitya Siddha, an eternal associate of the Lord in the spiritual world. Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur says he is Vishakha Devi. And last week Sunday, Kartik Chandra Prabhu was explaining very mysteriously, he is also Lalita Devi, is Arjuna Gopi, is Arjuna. Who can understand this? But some history of Srila Ramananda Rai I was reading, and I wanted to know, how did Ramananda Rai become such a rasacharya? And there is one magazine called Sri Krishna Catamrita Bindu that's compiled by Madhavananda Prabhu. Many of you all may read this monthly magazine. It's a very high-class Krishna Katha you get in this magazine. So I found one issue which describes Ramananda Rai. And in that issue, there's a little description about the background of Srila Ramananda Rai. We know in the other parts of Sri Caitanya Caritamrita, there is description that Ramananda Rai is the son of Bhavananda Rai. He's the son of Bhavananda Rai. And Bhavananda Rai had 5 sons. Ramananda Rai, Patanayak Gopinath, Kalanidhi, Sudanidhi, and Nayak Vaninath. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Adi Leela, chapter 10, text 134, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Bhavananda Rai, you are Pandu, and your 5 sons are my dear devotees. Ramananda Rai and I are one, although our bodies are different. This is what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu declares in the Adi Leela, 10th chapter, 132. And in Sri Krishna Katamrita Bindu, it is written that Srila Ramananda Rai, he took birth as the son of Bhavananda Rai in a village called Venkatapur, near a place called Alalanath. Nowadays, if you go, it's called Bentapur, and the place has been renamed slightly to Alanath. You can go there. We can go there. So he said, in his childhood, this little child, Ramananda, he would sing the glories of Radha and Krishna. And as he sang the glories of Radha and Krishna, tears would constantly glide from his eyes. And he was not interested in any type of play. And he was not interested in any other type of pastimes. Simply, he would only read about the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, and tears would flow from his eyes. And if he did want to feel inclined to some play, he would create with twigs and leaves little groves in the mood of creating groves for Radha and Krishna. And then he moved on to his youth, And very early in his youth, he became the chief of all great scholars. And he studied all the scriptures. One can wonder, in these conversations which we are going to hear, he just quotes the verse. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, go higher, go higher. And he's just quoting the verses. And we think, how would the governor of Madras know all of this? But this is his background. From a youth, he was a great scholar. And he was well versed in all of the devotional conclusions. And he was known as the topmost of all Rasikas. And he said at that time he conquered everyone by his own qualities. And King Prataparudra, he noted this very exceptional personality. And he chose him to become the governor of Madras, which was still under the kingdom of King Prataparudra. So that's how Sri Ramananda Rai became the governor of Madras. But when he came and he was there, internally all of these bhavs and moods he kept it inside. And now in this chapter, it all comes out beautifully. So this is some background. And now we'll move on to maybe discussing the verse. I want to focus on 3 aspects of this verse. Beautiful aspects. The first part, Ramananda says, Ama nishta rite tumara hiyan agamana. He reveals the mood. He says, Lord, you came to this place specifically to save me. He didn't say, you came here because I know Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya requested you. He didn't say, I know you came here because you wanted to discuss the higher principles. What did he say? You came here to save me. And this is the quality of a great Vaishnava, the topmost Vaishnava. They always consider themselves fallen. And they have this one quality called gratitude. I was looking for a long time, what is the Sanskrit word for gratitude? You know Sutta Prabhu? Kritagya, yeah. Kritagya, it's found in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, when the 64 qualities of Lord Krishna are being discussed. One of the qualities of the Lord is grateful. Kritagya. And literally translated, this word means knowing what has been done. That's a literal translation of this word. In our Shastras it is said, only one with a grateful heart can appreciate and understand what is mercy. If there's no gratitude in the heart, one would never be able to understand and appreciate what is mercy. I always appreciate one statement His Holiness Radhanath Swami makes. He gives it quite often in his classes. He says, gratitude is the quality of the heart in which bhakti grows. Beautifully, the way he phrases it. Gratitude is the quality of the heart in which bhakti grows. So this is the nature of the great Vaishnavas. And Srila Vaishnava Chakravarti Thakur, he explains what is the extent of the devotee's gratitude. And he quotes, he says, even if a devotee serves Krishna for 1,000 universal creations, he cannot repay the debt he feels towards Krishna for having received the opportunity to serve the Lord's lotus feet. Meaning, he never forgets. A devotee never forgets the mercy that he has received. And this expression of gratitude is explained, it has 2 benefits. The first benefit is we become more conscious of what we have received. And secondly, it connects us more intimately with the person from whom we have received that mercy. And when we look at Sri Caitanya Caritamrita, we see this quality throughout. Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami, they speak about how fallen they were. And how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saved them. Haridas Thakur speaks in the same way. Practically all of the great Vaishnavas, you'll see this is their mood. They always remember where they came from. Where they came from. And this is one very important quality, that one always remembers where we were and what we have received from our Param Guru, Srila Prabhupada, and our immediate gurus. In the early days of ISKCON, in New York City, Srila Prabhupada, he had a stroke. And after suffering from the stroke, Prabhupada decided that maybe he should go to India for a while to recuperate. And when Prabhupada was about to depart, there were some discussions about what would happen to his fledgling followers when he was not there. And one devotee suggested that maybe they should ask one of Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers to come. And then Mukunda Maharaj, who was Michael at that time, he went to Srila Prabhupada and said, Swamiji, we've been discussing, and there is a suggestion that maybe we should ask one of your godbrothers to come in your absence. And Prabhupada was silent. And then suddenly tears start to roll down his eyes. And he said, I was rotting in this material world, but my Guru Maharaj came and saved me. How could I ever forget him? How could I ever forget him? And that was the end of the story. Prabhupada came and saved these devotees. There was no question of anyone else coming. And Prabhupada says our Vaishnava philosophy is not like the Mayavadi philosophy. Once Srila Prabhupada was Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai, Jai Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Jai, Shri Gaur Nitai Ki Jai. Prabhupada was traveling and he had to climb up to a little elevated position. And then one devotee reached out his hand to give to Srila Prabhupada, so Prabhupada can take as a grip to reach the elevated position. And as soon as Prabhupada took his hand, Prabhupada pushed it away. And the devotee was shocked. But Srila Prabhupada, every one of his actions, everything he did was an instruction. And Prabhupada said, this is like the Mayavadis. They accept Guru, and as soon as they become advanced, dismiss Guru. We are not like that. Our philosophy is we are servants of the Guru eternally. Even in the spiritual world, we are the servant of the Guru. We are subordinate to the Guru. We never become greater than the Guru. And this was very nicely explained in one verse by Prahlad Maharaj in the 7th canto, 9th chapter, text number 28. I won't read the Sanskrit because of time. But Prahlad Maharaj says, my dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narad Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? How could I leave his service? So this is very instructive from Prahlad Maharaj also. We never forget where we come from. Never. We never forget who saved us and how we became saved. And the whole Vaishnava Siddhanta is the more we advance, the more we understand how fallen we are. Yesterday's class, Vishwambar Prabhu was saying how he had this effect, this eureka moment, this great realization. And he said, do you know what that realization was? I realized how fallen I am. So if ever we want to understand if we are advancing in our spiritual lives, this is one metric, this is one meter. We start to be conscious, we start to understand how fallen I am. Therefore, in our philosophy, we say there's 3 levels of devotee: the 3rd class, the 2nd class, and the 1st class. The 3rd class devotee, the Kanishta Adhikari, he feels, I am the only devotee, no one else is a devotee. But the Uttama Adhikari, the greatly advanced devotee, he sees the completely opposite. And we'll see it in the second part of this verse, very clearly stated, that everyone is a devotee, only I am not a devotee. And that is an amazing aspect of our Vaishnava philosophy. And it's so clearly demonstrated here by Srila Ramananda Rai. So I'll now move on to the second part of what I wanted to discuss. What time do we finish today on Sunday, Prabhu? Oh, okay. Sunday, 9 o'clock. Oh, okay. We'll leave some time for questions. Okay. So, Srila Prabhupada says in the purport, the specific mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was what? To deliver the fallen souls. To deliver the fallen souls. And Srila Prabhupada, he quotes a verse, very beautiful verse from Srila Narottam Das Thakur's songs, where Narottam Das Thakur is saying, I am most fallen. And because I am most fallen, that makes me eligible for your mercy. So this is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. And Srila Prabhupada says in the purport that in Kali Yuga practically everyone is fallen. I don't think anybody needs to remind us how fallen we are. But in the purport, Prabhupada also alludes to one class of people that do not think that they are fallen. Like if you go today and you to say to anyone in the street, you are fallen, and you are fallen because of your behavior, your lifestyle, they may be accepting of it. But if you go to a religious person and you say you are fallen, what would they say? No. I'm religious. I follow the scriptures. So therefore Prabhupada is so intelligently, Prabhupada is saying that there are people, they consider themselves religious. But the reality is nobody can claim that they are religious. Why? Because firstly, people do not understand the religious principles. What to speak of following them? So even if some people claim to be religious and they are not recipients, that they are not able recipients of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy, then we can quote this verse. We can quote this verse. So everyone in this Kali Yuga is fallen, and everyone is eligible. Therefore, there is this one beautiful verse quoted by Prabodhananda Saraswati in his Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita. Prabhupada quotes it very often. Dante nidaya trinakam padayo nipatya kritva chakaku satam etadaham bravimi esadava sakalam eva vihaya durad Chaitanya Chandra Charane Kurat Anuragam. You know the meaning of this verse? Prabhupada used to quote this verse. He says, this is how we approach, the preachers should approach the citizens of Kali Yuga. Dante Nidaya Trinakam Nipatya. With a straw between my teeth, I approach you. Padayo, I grab your feet and I say, Hey Sadhava Sakalam, you are such a great sadhu. You are so learned. But why don't you Chaitanya Chandra Charane Kurut Anuragam? But please, I appeal to you. You please take shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I was reading recently my Guru Maharaj's latest book, I'll Build You a Temple, the Juhu story. And there Maharaj quotes in the very early days of Prabhupada's wanting to start his mission in Bombay. And he one day called all of the elite of Mumbai. And when he called them, when they sat down, he quoted this verse. Dante nidhaya trinakam padayo nipatya. He says, I with a straw between my teeth, I come to you. I know you are very respectable, very learned people. But please take shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And this is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's method for delivering the fallen conditioned souls, as Prabhupada says here. Everyone is fallen. Therefore, the merciful Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has advised us to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. This Mahamantra, it is the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted us to follow. And therefore, in the scriptures, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, we have the verse, Kaler dosha nide rajan, asti he eko Mahan Guna, Kirtanad Eva Krishnasya Mukta Sangha Param Rajit. My dear king, this is Shukadev Goswami speaking to Maharaj Parikshit in the 12th canto. Although Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. Simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom. So this Kali Yuga, it is an ocean of faults. It is an ocean of faults, but there is one good quality about this Kali Yuga. that simply by chanting this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, we can become free of all material bondage. Prayanal Payusha Sabya Kalav Asmin Yuge Jana Manda Sumanda Matayo Manda Bhagyahi Upadrutaha. O learned one, in this iron age of Kali, men almost always have but short lives. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky, and above all, always disturbed. That is us. That is us. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's process is the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And this is how Mahaprabhu is delivering all of the fallen conditioned souls. And there's another beautiful verse in the 8th canto, 23rd chapter, 16th verse. Mantratas tantratas chidram deshe kalahar vashtutaha sarvam karoti nischidram anusankirtanam tava. And the translation of this verse is mantratas. In this age of Kali, there may be so many discrepancies in chanting mantras. Tantratas. There may be so many discrepancies in understanding the principles of knowledge. Desha. There may be so many discrepancies in place. Kala. There may be so many discrepancies in terms of right time. Ara, there may be so many discrepancies in terms of who's the recipient. Vastuta, there may be so many discrepancies in terms of paraphernalia. But sarvam karoti nischidram anusankirtanam tava. Meaning, simply by chanting the holy name of Krishna, everything becomes perfect. There can be fault in all of these things. But when one chants the holy name of the Lord, everything becomes perfect. So in terms of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and saving the fallen souls, so Mahaprabhu came to cast his net over all of the world, the entire world. But there were some people who were escaping Mahaprabhu's net. Haridas Yavarya Prabhu, do you know who was escaping his net? Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama,
Word Patitapavan. It is only truly explained in the context of Jagai and Madai. And in the Adi Leela 10th chapter, text number 120, it says, Mahakripa Patra Prabhura Jagai Madai Patitapavana Namera Shakshidu Bai. Jagai and Madai, the 89th and 90th branches of the tree, were the greatest recipients of Lord Chaitanya's mercy. These two brothers were the witnesses who proved that Lord Chaitanya was rightly named Patitapavana, the deliverer of the fallen souls. A very similar thing is said by Narottam Das Thakur again in his Pratana, in his famous song which we know as Hari Hari Vipale Janama. He says in that song, Brajendra Nandana Jai Sachi Sutta Hoila Se Balaram Hoila Nitai Dina Hina Jata Chilo Harinama Udarilo Tara Shakshi Jagai Madai. Lord Krishna, who is the son of the king of Raja, became the son of Mother Sachi, Lord Chaitanya. And Balaram became Nitai. The holy name delivered all those souls who were lowly and wretched. The two sinners, Jaga and Madai, are evidence of this. So who are the ultimate evidence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu being Patita Pavan? It's Jagai and Madai. Now I just want to, there's a very beautiful section in the Chaitanya Bhagavat. Very beautiful section. Where Jagai and Madai, they give the evidence. They give the evidence of why this statement is true. And amazingly, they give Shastric evidence. And in the Chaitanya Bhagavat, it is explained that they were blessed with Sudha Saraswati. There's two types of knowledge. We all know knowledge comes from Saraswati Devi. There is two types of knowledge that comes from Saraswati Devi. The first is called Sudha Saraswati, and the other is called Vida Saraswati. And basically, in essence, Sudha Saraswati is that knowledge which recognizes Krishna as the enjoyer. And Vida Saraswati is that knowledge which recognizes us as enjoyers. So it is explained in the Chaitanya Bhagavat that these two devotees, Jagai and Madai, they were blessed with Sudha Saraswati, very special knowledge. And this knowledge was so great, it enabled them to speak some very, very special prayers. And in the Chaitanya Bhagavat is explained that these prayers, they are so great that they are hidden in the Vedas. And even great Vedic scholars cannot understand or cannot find what Jagai and Madai spoke. So I'm now going to speak this evidence, which is very, very interesting, very, very relishable, about why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Patita Pavana. And this is spoken from the 13th chapter of the Madhya Kanda of Chaitanya Bhagavat. And it starts off by them speaking. And the purpose of them speaking is to prove the statement Patita Pavan. And how they go about doing it is so interesting. So they start off by saying, and now they're talking about Lord Krishna. And they said, many times you have descended to this world and you have delivered sinners. The whole world sings the glories of your wonderful activities. This is a fact, isn't it? We all know how Lord Krishna has appeared and he's delivered many sinners. So now they go into a little analysis. And you don't have to answer, but just think about it. If someone was to ask you from all of the Vedic texts that you've studied, who would you say are examples of the greatest sinners that were delivered? Just think about it for a moment. And I'll tell you how they went about it. So they said, in our mind, one of the greatest sinners who was delivered was Ajamil. He was one of the greatest sinners that was delivered. And everybody proclaims the greatness of how Ajamil was delivered. But they say, listen, he was fit for liberation. So you can't compare him to us. Ajamil was fit for liberation. Why was he fit for liberation? Because he chanted the holy name. Although he chanted the holy name in the stage of Namabas, but Haridas Thakur says even Namabas can give on liberation. And it is said, even if one kills 1,000,000 Brahmanas if you chant the holy name in the stage of Namabhas, you are delivered from all of your sins. So he chanted this holy name in the stage of Namabhas. He was freed of sins. He was liberated. So you can't compare him to us. Please, just leave Ajamil out for now. And also, let's maybe just talk a little bit more about Ajamil. Ajamil, he had the good fortune of getting witness of 4 of the Vishnu Dutas, direct associates of the Lord. He was benedicted. He didn't get to see the Lord. He saw 4 Vishnu Dutas. But look at us. Who are we seeing? We are seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We're seeing his direct expansions, Lord Nityananda and his associates, and we're seeing all of his followers. So we are most unqualified, but we are getting the biggest benediction. Therefore, our case is better than Ajamil. He said, okay, leave that evidence. Let's move on. Who was another very sinful person? Nigari-danta. He doesn't use them, but he says Kamsa. Let's talk about Kamsa. He was very sinful. And maybe people can compare us because he attacked you. We also attacked you. Because there's some similarities there. So let's compare Kamsa with us. Kamsa was liberated, we all know that. But Kamsa, he was thinking of Krishna 24 hours a day. You know that, eh? Kamsa was thinking of Krishna 24 hours a day. We were not thinking, we didn't even know who we are. If someone asked us who we are, we wouldn't know. We didn't know who we were. We didn't know where we were. We didn't know what we were doing. So Kamsa, don't compare. He was thinking 24 hours. We were not even thinking. So our deliverance is far greater than Kamsa's. Far greater than Kamsa's. And then anyway, let's just talk more about Kamsa. When Kamsa died, nobody wanted to go touch his body. Nobody wanted to do his final rites. Just like when Ravan died, even Vibhishan didn't want to go. He said, he's too sinful. I won't do his final rites, although I meant to be doing it. I won't do his final rites. And he said, Kamsa, his whole dynasty was vanquished. Nobody wanted to touch his body. But when we got delivered, previously when anyone would see us, firstly they will jump in the Ganges and purify themselves. But now, they are coming in hugging us. They are embracing us. So don't talk about Kamsa, please. Don't talk about Kamsa. The mercy you have shown Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this is greater. This is greater. And then he said, okay, now let's move on to the really big one. Who is quoted as the greatest example of mercy in the Srimad Bhagavatam? You know Sutapa Prabhu? It's the verse that was quoted to attract Shukadev Goswami when he ran away. Yes. Aho baki yam stanakula kalakutam jigam saya payayad api asadvi lebe gatim datri uchitam tatonyam kam va dayalum sharanam rajema. And the translation of this verse is spoken by Uddhava in the third canto, second chapter. where Uddhava in his ecstasy says, "Alas, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than he who granted the position of mother to a she-demon Putana, although she was unfaithful and she prepared deadly poison to be sucked from her breast." So this is quoted as the greatest example of mercy, because here came a demon with the intention of killing Krishna. But what Krishna did? He didn't see she was a demon. He saw her in attention. He saw her as a mother, and he gave her the topmost position of achieving. So how can there be an example of greater mercy than this? So this is often quoted as the epitome of mercy. So how is Jagai and Madai going to counteract this one? It's very interesting. I'll read, because again, you can see they're blessed by Saraswati Devi, to quote. And they said, okay, Putana. Firstly, let's just talk about this verse. They say that Putana achieved liberation. Who knows? Who knows she received liberation? Was someone there to see she was achieving liberation? No. They only know because Srimad Bhagavatam says it. Jayadev Goswami says it. Which means only those who are Vedic scholars would know. Those who know Bhagavatam, who know Sanskrit. Only they know that Putana was delivered. But look at us. Everyone in the world knows we are delivered. Not only a few Vedic scholars, everybody knows Jagai and Madai have been delivered. And then, another point. Putana, what happened to her after she died? They cut her body up into pieces and they burnt the body. Us, what happened after we are delivered? We are glorified. People come and say, Jagai and Madai, great sadhus, let's take dust from their lotus feet. He said, this is proof that you are Patita Pavana. Our case is the best case of anyone who's been delivered. So this is such a beautiful section of the Chaitanya Bhagavat where they prove that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is indeed Patita Pavana. There are other aspects to be said, so I think I will stop here. I will conclude the class with reading one of my favorite verses from the Caitanya Caritamrita, which talks about the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then I'll just speak a little bit about Jayadev Goswami, because I was requested that today is the disappearance day of Jayadev Goswami. Just speak a little bit about Jayadev Goswami. So this is from the Antya Leela, text number 68 and 69. And it's categorized as merciful and magnanimous Mahaprabhu. Adbhuta Dayalo Chaitanya Adbhuta Vadanyaya Aichi Dayalu Dateloke Nahi Shunye Anya Sarve Bhava Bhajaloka Chaitanya Charana Yaha Hoite Pabe Krishna Premamrita Dhana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is wonderfully merciful and magnanimous. We have heard of no one else within this world so merciful and charitable. O people of the world, worship the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in all respects. Only in this way will you achieve the nectarian treasure of ecstatic love for Krishna. So it's a beautiful verse. And I will read one verse from the Caitanya Caritamrita, Adi Leela, chapter number 13, entitled The Advent of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this is number 42. Vidyapati Jayadeva Chandidasya Gita Ashvadena Ramananda Swarupa Sahita. Translation. The Lord used to read the books of Vijapati, Jayadev and Chandidas, relishing their songs with his confidential associates like Sri Ramananda Rai and Swarup Damodar Goswami. So the context of this verse is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The first 24 years of his life as a sannyasi, he traveled, he preached, and the last 20 so odd years of his life, he went into the internal mood in the Gambhira, just absorbing himself in the mood of Srimati Radharani. And what did he do in the Gambhira? Most of his time was spent with his two associates, Sri Ramananda Rai and Swarup Damodar Goswami. And what would they do? They would read the books of three Vaishnavas, Vijapati, Jayadev and Chandidas. So I'll read the purport by Srila Prabhupada because the purport explains a bit about the history of Jayadev. So, okay, the first part is about Vijapati. Because of time and we want to leave some time for questions, I'll go into the second paragraph where Srila Prabhupada talks about Jayadev. Jayadev was born during the reign of Maharaj Lakshman Sena of Bengal in the 11th or 12th century of the Shaka era. His father was Bojadev and his mother was Vamana Devi. For many years he lived in Navadvip, then the capital of Bengal. His birthplace was in Birbhum district in the village of Kendu Bilva. In the opinions of some authorities, however, he was born in Orissa, and still others say that he was born in southern India. He passed the last days of his life in Jagannath Puri. One of his famous books is Gita Govinda, which is full of transcendental mellow feelings of separation from Krishna. The gopis felt separation from Krishna before the rasa dance, as mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. And the Gita Govinda expresses such feelings. There are many commentaries on the Gita Govinda by many Vaishnavas. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur comments in this connection that such feelings of separation as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enjoyed from the books of Vijapati, Chandidas and Jayadev were especially reserved for persons like Sri Ramananda Rai and Swarup Damodar, who were Paramahamsas, men of the topmost perfection because of their advanced spiritual consciousness. Such topics are not to be discussed by ordinary persons imitating the activities of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. For critical students of mundane poetry and literally men without God consciousness or after bodily sense gratification, there is no need to reach such a high standard of transcendental literature. Persons who are after sense gratification try not to imitate Raganuga devotional service. The songs of Chandidas, Vijapati and Jayadev describe the transcendental activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mundane reviews of the song simply help people in general become debauchees, and this leads only to social scandals and atheism in the world. One should not misunderstand the pastimes of Radha and Krishna to be the activities of the mundane young boy and girl. The mundane sexual activities of young boys and girls are most abominable. Therefore, those who are in bodily consciousness and who desire sense gratification are forbidden to indulge in discussions of the transcendental pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna. So one may, hearing this, think that the writings of Jayadev Goswami are not for us. We should not go anywhere near it. And for this way, we may not be able to come so close to Jayadev Goswami. Because in one sense, we come close to an author or a Vaishnava by connection with their writings. But we shouldn't think like that. We should not think that we will always remain unqualified. We should think that by the mercy of Harinam, one day I will become freed from contamination. And one day, by the blessings of Harinam and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and our spiritual masters, one day I will get the opportunity to understand what is real separation as expressed in Gita Govind. So I'll conclude and stop here. Thank you very much. I apologize if I spoke for too long. Are there any questions or comments that anyone has? Yes, Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you for your class. The comparison you gave last one, which was with Putana, is it because they also tried to kill Nityanand Prabhu, or why did they compare Putana? Because in earlier two examples, their acts were similar to, the example, whereas Putana tried to kill Krishna, and Krishna gave depression. So is it because they tried to attack Nityanand Prabhu? Is that why they are comparing Putana?
There's a few reasons. One of them you have quietly identified, because in all three examples they try to draw similarities. So yes, one, they tried to kill Nityananda, and she tried to kill Krishna. But it was mainly because Putana's example was used in the verse Ahaubaki as the exemplar example of mercy being shown. Yeah, that is two reasons. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Any other questions or comments? Hare Krishna.
Prabhu, excellent class. My kind of question is, and it's dilemma also, like Krishna, Lord Chaitanya also, Patita Pavana. So, doesn't matter what you did in life, or how many sins you did. So when you surrender, it takes all away. I just kind of deep in me, I feel this unfair thing, like God knows what sort of harm and pain we cause to others, and now suddenly surrender to Krishna, and then it's all taken away. But what about the persons which we harm? What about suffering we caused? Like, we get delivered, but they stay. So it must be some compensation for that also. It's not just free, that's it. It's kind of dilemma in my mind, like always. What's happened to them? And
so, if I understand your question properly, Prabhu, you're asking that someone can be the greatest sinner, they surrender to Krishna, they get absolved of that sin, and now they are taken to be, delivered. But what have they left in their wake? The women that they have raped, the children that they've killed, all of their victims, suddenly they've become exalted, but yet in their wake they've left all of these suffering, and so what about them? Is that your question?
Unfair, so somebody has to pay, we have to pay.
It's unfair, yeah. I also thought a lot about that question. And I used to think about that question in the context of Jai and Vijay, where Jai and Vijay appeared in so many incarnations to facilitate the Lord's pastimes. And yet, Ravan and all of them, they did so much of atrocious acts, but yet they were Jai and Vijay. How do I reconcile that? And I used to think about that a lot. And then one day I just had a realization. And it came to me in this way, Prabhu. In the Bhagavatam it is said that this whole material world, it's a dream. One more thing is once I heard a statement that Krishna really cannot really feel the sufferings of the living entity. That he said, because Krishna, he can't feel what we feel, because he doesn't suffer. So without understanding what we feel, how does Krishna relate to us? And then it came to me one day, and this is how I reconcile it for myself, and maybe the other devotees can speak their own realizations. But for me it is, It is said that this whole material experience is like a dream. It's like a dream. Sometimes we sleep and in our dream we are being attacked and a tiger is coming upon us. And when we get up, do any of us think, oh, I was attacked by a tiger? Or I was a rich person and now I lost my richness, my wealth? We never think like that. Oh, it's just a dream. Let's not make a big deal of it. It's just a dream. So in the same way, this entire material experience, it's simply like a dream. It has no real substance. Everything is just, it's called an illusion because it's temporary. In Vedic science, only something that is permanent is real. Everything else is an illusion. So if it's an illusion, should we really get hung up about it? Well, that was my own personal life. I felt I had this realization of reconciling it. But other devotees, please, there are many. Mataji, maybe you can speak, or Parayojan Prabhu, and Mataji is there.
Jagai and Madai, although Lord Chaitanya and all the devotees had completely forgiven them, they themselves hadn't forgiven themselves. And they were suffering. That was kind of like their punishment. So at the end, Lord Chaitanya had said, make a well and give water to all the pilgrims, and because they couldn't even remember who they had offended. So I think, for us, if we have really offended someone, to, making the amends, and if the other person is not forgiving you, it's their right. Especially when it's got to do with, mothers and children. Maybe the mothers are not going to forgive until they're very fixed up. So especially, in real life, you might get someone that's like a really good sadhana devotee, but they might have had a history. And the other people are on their journey and they might not be ready to practice that part of the Bhagavatam. And I do think that personally the person has to be very humble. When you're talking about rape and killing children, and also in this day and age, they would have to go through the consequences of the law and everything.
True. So this Mataji makes some important point in terms of your question, Prabhu. He says if the person is remorseful, it's just like in sometimes you see in court, when the perpetrator shows remorse, then the person who's experienced the crime, they are more willing to forgive. So that's one aspect is that they will, if they show remorse and always show, be humble, then it can help those people. And the second part is that they will be punished. In this verse in the Bhagavad Gita where Krishna says, my devotee, a person, even if he's the greatest of all sinners, if he's engaged in devotional service, he should be considered a sadhu. Prabhupada gives a very, very important purport there. Prabhupada says when we look at a devotee, we should see two aspects. His conditional nature and his conditional nature. His constitutional nature. His conditional nature, he may have so many faults. And his constitutional nature is how he's engaging in devotional service. So we accept him or her as sadhu on the basis of their constitutional activities. But their conditional activities, if they carry on, are still there. I don't know. Anyone, you'd like to add something, bro? Oh, sorry, I must. Prayojan Prabhu first and then you, because we had his hand up here. Hare Krishna.
It occurs to me that there is a process actually in being that usually there's a person called the spiritual master involved in this process. That actually, with offences, whatever they are, that actually he's the person that we somehow should go through if there are these dilemmas. That actually he's the one who can clarify our personal situation. So we can't miss out that step where actually the referral to the spiritual master must be also a very important aspect to clarify our position in what we're doing or whatever's happening to us. That's what occurs to me. That's available under Prabhupada's organization of ISKCON to, even though so-called certain gurus may have fallen down, but we can't see what the real truth of the matter is. That somehow later Krishna knows what happens. But I think in our own situation, there's always the spiritual master for guidance in what we're doing or what we've done. Okay.
Thank you for your wise words. Hare Krishna. Krishna Kirtan Prabhu.
Wonderful class, very well presented, thank you. You referred to it in your class when you were explaining how Srila Prabhupada in his final days invited the God brothers to come, and then he apologized to them for maybe speaking heavy, and obviously Prabhupada, we understand, is our Acharya, so we can also learn from that he could have gone into his bhajan, he could have just focused on the Bhagavatam translation, giving counsel to his disciples, giving his final lessons, but he carved out that specific time to invite those people, to really push for those people to come so that he could apologize. So as much as we feel fallen and we're asking to, the Lord to forgive us for our sins, Prabhupada has shown us the way that we should prioritize also looking what destruction have I done to others, and then making a plan, like actioning it and getting in touch with those people to apologize. And I remember when Harivamsa Prabhu left, Pranabandhu Prabhu here gave a speech, and he said that I think a few days or a week before, somehow they hadn't spoken for a long time deeply, but then he spoke to him and he apologized for the confrontations they've had in management and at the temple and stuff. And it's nice to know, as you were saying that, I was thinking about why did Prabhupada make that a point to apologize to his God brothers, but he could see that was some of the damage that had to happen in order for him to push on his movement. But he saw that there was a problem there, so he made a point in his ill health to apologize to them, and it touched the heart. And obviously now everybody became so much more appreciative of Prabhupada, the God brothers. They could see that, wow, he's apologizing in his final days. Just thought I'd just...
Very important point, yeah. Thank you very much, that we should never be hesitant to ask for forgiveness. Ask for forgiveness. The other day we were reading from the Shikshamrita. Someone asked Srila Prabhupada the question, when we become liberated, do we still remember our past lives? And Prabhupada gave a brilliant answer. He said, yes, we do. And he said the evidence is in the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, in the life of Narad Muni. Narad Muni, he was a liberated soul, but he could remember his past life. And he explained that to Srila Vyasadeva. So, we should always remember, our mistakes and try. Once someone asked Prabhupada the question, okay, we know who we've offended, and we'll go and we should try to seek offenses. But what about all those devotees that we are unknowingly offending? What about them? How do we get absolved of them? And Prabhupada says, as long as every morning you recite the Vaishnava Pranam, in a very humble mood, in your mind you think that, please forgive me, dear Vaishnavas, if I unknowingly have offended you. And Prabhupada says, then you'll be forgiven. Yes, Sutapa Prabhu.
Thank you for your wonderful class. Just on Taruna Prabhu's point, that sometimes it can feel like, why don't people have to pay for like what they did?
Yeah.
I think Srila Prabhupada wrote in the purport somewhere, he said basically everyone in Kali Yuga is degraded. Some statement like that. Everyone is degraded. So basically what my thought was is that actually everyone needs the mercy. Jagai and Madai needed the mercy. The victims of Jagai and Madai need the mercy. Basically everyone in the material world is a criminal. Everyone has a complex network of karma to deal with. Maybe in this way, in this life it's played out in a certain way that some are victims, some are perpetrators. In another life maybe the roles were reversed, we don't know. But basically everyone needs mercy. And if we actually had to pay for our wrongdoings in the sojourn in 8,400,000 species of life, basically no one's going to make it. So it seems that the mercy is the point that it's available for everyone and it's absolutely essential for everyone because everyone needs it. And so in that way, like we hear in the 7th canto, that the Lord is equal to everyone because everyone gets that mercy. So just to...
Thank you. That's a very important point. Very important point. Hare Krishna. So we've gone much over time. I do apologize. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Grantaraj Sri Caitanya Caritamrita ki jai. Go Premanande Hare Bo. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Beautiful class.
Thank you so much.
Please come to get blessings from you.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I said Krishna. What did you say? Krishna. Broke the pot. Where you read that? It's so good you are. Oh, butter was everywhere. Hare Krishna.
Take your bottle. Is it mine? Yeah, I left everything separate. Did you? No, I didn't think. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So you don't want to do it? And I left okay? No. If you can put your stairs.
Your big sister.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Haribo. Haribo. Hare Krishna. Yes, I'm going now. Prabhuji? Thank you. Hold on, Mataji.
Just give me I just. You did the water liquid. It's liquid.
It's liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the rest of the water is in that outer yes. And then we just put it on medium.
Put in a bucket, in a red bucket, yeah. Thank you.
We still got a few minutes. more minutes and then we'll begin, yeah?
Okay.
Does everybody have an instrument?
Then sit here. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Amin Jaya Shri Ram Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Ayam Sati Deve Ravani Pacharine Priyara Rurani Paschatya Shatarine Srimate Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Priyadvaita Gauravani Paschatya Shatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Advaita Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Radha Govinda Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare
Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe Jaya Radha Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai